I must be having a lot of fun because they say time flies when you're having fun, right? And it feel like it's always Saturday, and we're always doing a live contest. So time must be flying. What is the saying that the days crawl but the years fly? Just kind of ad-libbed that a little bit to the days crawl and the weeks fly. So we're at Saratoga today for the live handicapping contest. We've got about 130 people, 11 races. I imagine that number might go up a little bit by the time they hit the starting gate. Opening for race number one, which is 1 mile and an eighth, claiming $40,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Looking at the distance, it's been run 9 times so far during the current meet, and 100% of them, all 9 of them, were won by horses that were labeled as early speed, with 3 of the 9 going wire to wire. So it's interesting that there's been so much speed at the longer distance. Perhaps it has something to do with the starting right before that first turn. So the horses that can get into that turn probably have an advantage over the others. Looking at the post position draws, the rail is yet to win out of the 9. Most of your winners have come from 4 through 7, and post 2 and 3 have also accounted for, I think, about 1, maybe 2 each, and the rest have come through 4 through 7. So the rail horse right now, the 1 horse, is the one that's actually getting a lot of action. And it is the favorite at the moment, one of the favorites, 3-1. I think it's the second favorite on the board behind, it is the favorite behind a bunch of 7-2 horses, or in front of a bunch of 7-2 horses. So it's apparently a pretty open field according to the odds. So let's see what we like. Well, first let's talk about the pace, because pace, like I said, looks like it makes the race. According to our analysis, the pace analysis, the 6 horse should be the one that is the pace setter, followed by the 3. The 7, the 1, and the 4 are all clumped up in there, though I suspect that the 4 will be the fastest of those. And then the 5 and the 2 should lag behind. Once they get towards into the stretch, the one that should be coming the fastest, the 7, the 1, and the 5 seem like to have the best late legs. The 2, the 3, and the 4 are kind of grouped up after that. And then the 6 should be a hard fader according to late pace numbers. Looking at overall speed ratings, if that's the way you like the handicap, the rankings go: number 1 gets the top, number 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. It just counts down after that. Let's take a look at the horses. Number 1, Giacor, I think that's how you pronounce that, making its second start after more than a year on the bench, was moved to the Todd Pletcher barn. He wins at about 25, 26% off of that first claim angle. And another thing that I like about this 1 horse is last time out, it ran at Monmouth Park and produced one of the top speed figures in the field. And something that's emerging this year from like the non-whip or the low whip or whatever you want to call it, Monmouth rules, is a lot of these horses from Monmouth, when they go to a track where you're allowed to use some encouragement, you see those speed numbers go up. So the speed number was pretty close to the top level for this field for the other horses in the race. So I'm expecting more in the second start off a layoff. I'm expecting more when Irad Ortiz gives the horse a little bit of urging, and the combination of Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher surprisingly only hitting at 17%. Number 2, Good Culture, finished last time second, has had 2 quality races in 4 starts, getting a different jockey here in Jose Ortiz, who's off to a decent start, winning at 19% so far at Saratoga, teamed up with Michael Maker. The 2 have only won 1 of 9 together so far, so hasn't been the most successful. It's a horse that will be coming from off the pace, and again, I don't know that off the pace is the way to win. Number 3 is Jumpster. Jumpster is a horse that, again, I feel will be close to the front. Coming from a maiden, claiming 25,000, win, moving up. Horse took 3 shots to get it. Did run one of the better speed figures last out. If I look at that, the final 1 mile time at Belmont, it's in line with some of the other horses that are going to get a little bit more play. It is moving up the ladder as 3 consecutive speed increases, which I like. Did win its last race by 6 lengths. Sometimes that move out of maiden claiming into a higher level, moving up the ladder, is a difficult move for a horse, especially one that's taken 3 to win at the maiden claiming level. Number 4, Breaking Stones. This is a horse that also won maiden claiming last time out. Took a little bit of rest. Been training okay since. Had a couple really good workouts, and then just kind of like a tightener last time out that was kind of slow. So I do like that fact. It does have the fastest early fractions out of any horse in the field for its races. So when you look at all of the races, it has shown that it can get out of the gate the quickest. It did have some of the fastest opening fractions last time out, and did essentially hugged the leader at the quarter mile, took over at the half, and then kind of geared down at the end in winning that claiming race. Again, that 1 mile time at about 1:38 and 1, on par with the 3 horse, but I expect the 4 to be in front of the 3 out of the gates, and that should give it an advantage. The number 5 prime time player did run the last race, highest race speed figure, and it did so May 27th in breaking its Churchill Downs maiden, $75,000 claiming. So one of the higher claiming graduates in the field. And it did train very well in its only work across the Saratoga track. And it keeps coming to my mind what Mike Smith said: pay attention to how horses train at the tracks, because how they train is typically how they run. So I would expect you'll see a pretty good run out of the 5-horse primetime player. Number 6, Ashar, is one that I expect will be close to the pace early on. Raced 9 times, does have a win under its belt. But every single time it's faded, hasn't run a quality start in only 2 quality starts in 9 lifetime races. I'm going to want to see more out of this horse before I go ahead and back it at its current price. Maybe it gets to the lead, and maybe it stays there, and maybe it beats me, but then it beats me. Number 7, Royal Ream, is Tyler Gaffleone, James Jerkins. Horse is the only horse in the field that's taking a drop. One of the things I like, again, I referenced the 1 mile Belmont time. It did break its maiden, 90,000, maiden special weight, didn't have to drop in class, was the favorite, so I like that. But it broke the maiden at a mile at 1 minute, 37 seconds and 4/10. So much faster than anybody else. Did close pretty hard. I expect the 7 will be right off the pace, has some of the best closing numbers. So you'll probably see it behind the 6 to 3, maybe the 1, and then have the late pace to get by them at the wire. So I'm going to go for my bets, my picks for the contest: the 7 over the 5, the 1, and the 4. Good luck with your picks, and of course, good luck at the track with the real money. We'll see you when it goes official. Well, the called out that speed bias on that mile and an eighth. The six got the lead, just like we predicted off of the early pace. Unfortunately, did not take the six horse because he had faded every time prior. So, but if you look at the speed rankings that we put out there, we had 1,675. It went 6,175. So the speed rankings were there. The early pace figures were there. That was all in line. So we'll keep that in mind as we work the way through the rest of the day. First race is official. It's in the books. We'll be off to race number 2, which is 1 mile on the inner turf. We'll take a look at how the bias for that particular distance has worked in the past. We've only done it 3 times so far this year, so not much data there. But we'll be looking into our data book, our history book, to see what we can find. And then we'll go ahead and tell you what we think about race number 2. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. So for race number 2, we have a maiden for special weight, $100,000, 1 mile on the inner turf. As I mentioned, they've only run, I think, 3 so far at the current meet. So it's really kind of hard to read much into that data. So, of course, we have a little bit of back history available to us. And I look back at about the past 100 races at the distance. And what I found was that there is a very slight speed advantage. About 52, 53% of the horses, so not very much, plays kind of fair. We're in the first 3 at the quarter-mile marker. The others were outside, obviously, the 3 at the quarter-mile marker, so the 4th and beyond. Looking at the post position, the rail struggled to win. The majority of the wins came from posts 5 and out, so kind of looks to me like you really want to have a horse sitting 3rd, 4th, 5th, maybe 2nd, somewhere in there with a little bit of closing ability, probably a post middle out with the exception of the 2 horse. So that's how the track and surface bias appear to look to me. It's kind of how it's played so far this year as well in the limited races that there have been. Looking at the pace, early pace, I expect the 5 to get out to the lead. With the 3, the 9, the 6, the 8, and the 2 kind of packed up behind the 5 horse. It should be, I don't expect a lightning fast pace here, but the 5 horse does look like it has a little bit more giddy up out of the gate than everybody else. They're all lightly raced, so you're just not quite sure if it'll always work out that way. Coming home, it looks like Freedom of the Press, the 2 horse, will have the biggest kick, followed by the 4, the 3, the 8, the 9. They'll be next up in line in terms of how fast they run down the stretch. Looking at the speed rating, like we did for the last race, rank them according to speed numbers. They rank the 8, the 9, the 4 as your top 3, followed by the 3, the 7, the 1, the 2, and the favorite, the 5, or one of the favorites, the 5 is near the bottom there. So I don't know maybe our calculations are wrong. Maybe there's some word at the track, something about the 5 horses attracting some money early on. Let's go ahead and look at the field. We have 2 first-time starters, I think number 1 and number 7. The way I kind of assess first-time starters is I put them in one group and I put the other horses with some experience in another group. If the horses with experience haven't run well or aren't showing much, then I'll look at the first-time starters. And if the experienced horses show that they have some juice to them, then I'll kind of overlook or downgrade the first-time starters. In this case, the 1 and I think it is the 7. We'll get there, but I'm going to downgrade both of them and concentrate on the horses that do have some experience, starting with number 2, Freedom of the Press. What I like about Freedom of the Press is in its debut, Saratoga, inner turf track, ran an 88. It's the top speed figure that any horse in this field has produced. Came out after a little bit of a break as the 80-cent favorite. Got kind of 3 wide, 4 wide, had a bad trip, kind of faded at the ends, taking some time off its back, making her 3-year-old debut. A lot of horses have a big jump between their 2-year-old season and the 3-year-old season. They either get really good or really bad. So I'm counting on Freedom of the Press getting better. Workouts are pretty solid. First-time Lasix. I'm expecting the Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz combination to show up here. Number 3, So Enchanting. So horse that's run 3 times, has a second, 2 seconds, and a third. Did make its first start as a 3-year-old last time out. Was a little bit underperformance in terms of how it ran relative to its 2-year-old campaign. Stretching out for the first time, which is a 26% hit for trainer Chad Brown. So he's got 2 of the top horses in the field, and he's got the other Ortiz brother up in the saddles there. I expect that you'll see some improvement, although the last time out, So Enchanting in its 2-race cycle pretty much ran the same race in number 2 that it ran in number 1. Pathetique didn't show much in the first start, did have some positive workouts afterwards. I would expect that you'll see the horse should improve because it did get a poor start, tired kind of late, but I'm not expecting much out of this horse whatsoever coming out of the gate. Number 5, Lady Valentine, as I mentioned, was getting some play. The horse was altered in the stretch as the favorite last time out. Todd Pletcher does rebound fairly well with first-time horses that were beaten as the chalk. I would expect that you'll see the horse maybe get a little better break than it did last time out. It did close hard with Luis Saez, so we'll be looking for the double. It's the first race on the turf. So he on a debut for turf, first turf route is 18% first time at a route, 26% for Todd Pletcher. You got a lot going on here for this horse. Maybe it improves this time off the gate. I'm not 100% sure that that'll happen. But I would expect that you'll see the 5, as I mentioned, pretty close to the front, and perhaps the pace setter all the way around. Number 6 is Union Dues Included. Hasn't shown anything in its first 2 races. I think you can skip that. Number 7, again, first-time starter. I'm not focused on the first-time starters here. I think that the experienced horses should be the ones that we focus on. Number 8, Miss Bonnie T, is the only horse in the field last time out to run a speed figure that exceeds par for this level. So I do like that. Happened to run that without a lot of room late. The comment says lacked late room, so you get a little bit more room. I expect the 8's going to be charging hard and will be a major factor in this race, and has run 6 times, has 3 seconds, and they're by a head, a nose, a head, and a third by a neck. So this horse very well could have broken its maiden many times. And despite the kind of regression, at least in terms of where the horse was relative to every horse in the field, last time out, it was actually its best race. Number 9, Tracy Flick, Manny Franco, Claude McGahee. So a horse that's making its first start off a little bit of a layoff. The second and third races were pretty solid, should be pretty close to the front all the way around the track. Does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface, and did post one of the top last race speed figures. I expect some improvement coming here as well. So as far as how I'm ranking them, I'm really expecting the 2-horse, the Jose Ortiz ride, Freedom of the Press, to show more in her 3-year-old debut. If she can run back to her debut as a 2-year-old and improve on that at all, can make easy work of this field. I like the 8 with the last time out, having the last race speed figure above par, lacking room late, gets a little better trip, should find its way home, followed by the 9. And is a toss up between the 3 and the 5. Take the one you like. Personally, I'm going to go with the 3. So I'm going 2, 8, 9, 3. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. And good luck with your contest picks. And of course, good luck at the track. helps if I add myself, right? Through two races, we don't have anybody who's perfect. Just reality bender, Chris Cool, Parts Nut, JJ, Joe Handicapper, Douglas Kavanaugh, and Frank Mazur, all with 8 points, rounding out the leaderboard at the top right now. The four horse definitely got off to a start that, well, nothing like its first race. You know, you look back after a race is over and you say, what did I miss? Because that's the only way you can get any better is to refine. And it did notice that the four horse had been working very well at Saratoga, had a couple really good workouts prior to this race. And then obviously the people that are at the track know that because the morning line odds went from 15-1 down to 5-1 at post time. So there was some money on that horse based upon those workouts, how the horse was looking at the track. That's one of those things that I have got to catch. And you're just 10,000 different things to look at every now and then you miss one. So that's the angle that appeared to work there. Speed, though, at that distance, it really wasn't hasn't really been the way. So getting out to the lead and holding the lead with a horse that wasn't the favorite, I'd be interested to see in some of the other turf races, maybe not on the inner turf, to see if some longer prices continue to get to the front and win, because then we'll know for sure if the track has an early speed bias. The third race, again, 6.5 furlongs on dirt, haven't run any at the distance at the meet so far, but last year they ran 40 races there. And again, speed was the way. Speed has been the way for the most part on dirt at Saratoga this year. So we'll see if that's how we like them. 10 minutes to post. Race number 3 is 6.5 furlongs, claiming $25,000 for a purse of $55,000. It's a very competitive race. I think you can make a case for just about every horse in this field. As I mentioned, coming out of the recap of the last run, they haven't run any races at 6.5 furlongs so far this year. So you have to look back at last year's meet, and they ran 40 of them, and 30 of them were described as early speed winners. So that's a 75% speed bias. Looking at the posts, they all played pretty well, pretty evenly, played pretty fairly. So you're not going to get a whole lot of advantage anywhere. Looks to me like the inside, the rail, and maybe the outside has a slight disadvantage, not an advantage. So maybe you want to look inside to find your winner. Maybe that's where they're going to come from. But there's not enough of a bias there to really make it an emphasis on what you do. Looking at the race itself in terms of early pace, looks to me like the 5 horse is going to have a shot to get to the lead by itself. The 2 and the 6 should be right behind. And then the 4 will settle like mid-pack with the 3, the 1, and the 7 as the trailers. As they're coming for home, the 1 horse, which might be at the back of the pack, might Universal Payday, might try to do a worst to first type effort, followed by the 7. Those 2 have the strongest late kicks with the 2, the 3, the 6, and then followed by the 5 and the 4. If you're a straight speed rating better, then you want to take a look at the 5, the 6, the 7 as the top 3, followed by the 2, 4, 3, and 1. So speed rating is 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 1. Taking a look at the field, let's get cracking with horse number 1. That is Universal Payday. Universal Payday is making its first start as a 5-year-old. Last time out in its first start was here at Saratoga. That's the last time it made a first-time start last year, about July 17th, so a little bit more than a year ago. It's the last time the horse had a break and came back. And it ran fairly well with Tyler Gaffalione in the irons. It's the fact it's the only win that the horse has had, well, one of 2 wins that the horse has had in its last 6 starts. So looking at that, you say, well, we can see a repeat perhaps. We don't see any workouts that are listed here at Saratoga, and the horse is cutting back from running usually about a mile and a 16th, mile and an 8th, mile 70 yards, something in there. So if it can repeat the performance that it had a year ago at Saratoga, one of its better speed ratings, it can definitely factor. Like I say, you can make a case for a lot of horses in here. Win with Pride, number 2, does have the top pedigree for the distance and the surface. The horse is dropping in class today. One of 2 horses. Only 2 horses that are taking a drop in claim based upon the purse last time out. Looking at the numbers on the 2, not a big fan of the fact that it's past performance lines. You saw the numbers go higher in the last race than the previous race. For example, at the first call last in the 2 races back was 4th. Last time out 7th. Second call 4th. 2 races back 7th in the last race. So it looks to me like the horse may be regressing a little bit. What would be nice to see is if the class relief actually helps. Number 3 is, got a page down here, I apologize, Cantrell Hill. Horse won its last race at Churchill with a nice speed figure in that spot. The horse did show some nice closing, was well bet, hasn't raced here, and has had some workouts, though, at Saratoga. The middle of the pack, nothing spectacular, but still nothing bad either. Prior to that was putting some good bullets up at Churchill Downs prior to that win. The 4 horse, that's basically what we're looking at there is a horse that should be coming off the pace and try to close out, but doesn't really have the late pace numbers with some of the other horses in this field. That was the 3 horse, I'm sorry. The 4 horse, Papazar, is a horse that should be closing hard as well. It's a horse that has tried to close hard, First time after a claim from Michael Maker. Hasn't run for Michael Maker before. Michael Maker, first time off a claim, hits at 15%. A lot of claims. Has teamed up with Irad Ortiz only 9 times so far this year, winning 4 of them. So they've been an effective combination for sure. Outside of the trainer-jockey combo, there's not much in the internals that say the horse is going to be the winner here. Certainly doesn't look like it's one that's going to be near the early pace, and as a result, might have a difficult time in terms of going with the track bias. Number 5, All Cools is the horse that's probably going to be on the lead. Last time out, one claimed, kind of lifted. So I do like to see the claim and lift in terms of purse as well. I would expect that you'll see some good numbers out of this horse again. Last time out, saw some improved fractions. In fact, ran some of the fastest fractions for any of these horses in their last 10 races. Did put up a speed figure well above its normal speed figure on the slop. So it kind of concerns me a little bit, but that number was above par. And much like last race with the 4-horse, put 2 bullet work in since that last race at Belmont. 1 bullet work, at Saratoga. A pretty fast 3 furlong workout, 35 seconds breezing. So I'd expect the 5, the horse, to get out of the gate and be the one with the best chance to wire the field, which, upfront speed has worked out. Strolling Horse has been revolving trainers as it gets claimed constantly, one of those type of horses. The 6 horse is ridden by Jose Ortiz and Chad Summers. 2 haven't teamed up so far this year. Does have one of the top last race speed figures, numbers that it consistently runs, unlike Alco's, who kind of popped a big number last time out. So I'd expect the 6 horse to be one that is in the mix. Train okay, hasn't got a session over the Saratoga track, but I do think the 6 horse should be close to the pace early on. And as long as it doesn't fade, does have a chance to, get a piece. Number 7, the Sakari, another that put up a pretty good speed number last time out. It's been training okay since, mostly at Belmont, a couple bullet works. So I like to see that. Won't be near the front of the pace, but should be one of the hardest chargers late. Manny Franco and Oscar Barrera have teamed up 5 times, won 1 time. The horse does have 7 trips across the Saratoga track with 2 wins and nothing else. So it is one of those all or nothing horses that it's either going to win or it's going to run out of the money and probably badly. So looking at the 7 horse, you do have a little bit of a drop, as I mentioned, is one of the other class droppers in the field, and at times can show some speed up front early. I think I'm going to go with the 5 horse here. I think the 5 will get out to the lead, should be able to set a pace that's comfortable. I'm going to back it up with the 2, the 6, and the 1. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your contest bets. And of course, good luck at the track. Well, Speed got to the front, and Speed held on with the 6 horse. 3 kind of came from the back, showing some life that it hadn't shown before. But like I said, that's a pretty competitive race, and you can pretty much make a case for just about every horse in the field, although only a few really had a chance. It looked like the 5 and the 6 were going to duke it out for first and second, although the 5 just kept looked like it'd take a couple missteps to me in the stretch. Kind of tired a little bit. Maybe next time out, a horse will have a little bit more stamina. The 3 just got him at the wire. You have to pay attention to those wire photos because the inside horse definitely has the advantage, because in the last 2 photos, it looked like the inside horse, the one on the rail, actually had beaten the other one to the wire. So the camera angle is a little bit deceptive. So the horses closer to you actually are a little bit further up the track than the horses that are furthest from you. And I also want to note that Deborah McLeroy says she loves horse racing. I think we all love horse racing too. That's why we're here. We really love it when we win, and especially if it's at the track or at the contest. Doesn't matter how we win, as long as we win. Race number 4 is 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. We'll see how they line up, what the track bias looks like, which horses have the best speed ratings, which will be near the front of the pack, which will likely close, and hopefully we'll pick some winners, get going on that side of the ledger as well. We'll see you 10 minutes before post. Race number 4 is, as we mentioned, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, claiming $40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime for a $52,000 purse. As we mentioned, I think there were only 8 races so far at the distance at the current meet, of which half were won by speed horses, half were won by off the pace or stalker. So it took a little, again, once we look back at some previous meets and ran through the data there. And of course, from one meet to the next, it's not going to absolutely be absolute, because there'll be some track differences, setup differences. The grass could be longer, the grass could be shorter, the dirt might be more compact, all sorts of different variables that might impact the outcome of the bias. But in any case, looking back at it's about last 75, 80 races or so at the distance at this course, Saratoga, what we found is that basically the horses that, as you might expect, were first or second have won about 44% of the time. So they got a pretty high hit rate. After that, it's fairly even. I would say, though, that if you're not first or second, I'd probably want to see my horse fifth or back. As far as post positions are concerned, they do play kind of evenly inside and out, despite the fact that they get to a turn before too long. It's just a little symmetrical race for them. But looks like 4 through 6 do have a little bit of an edge over the rest of the field, but not by a whole lot. So look for some horses that might break from posts maybe 4, 5, or 6, and that have a little bit of upfront speed that can get them towards the front. That looks like the profile of a winner. I'm asked by CRU if I'm streaming on YouTube, only live, or other platforms. We're also on Facebook. So if you go to Horse Racing Radar on Facebook, or if you go again onto YouTube, you'll find us there. So you can head on over to Horse Racing Radar on Facebook, and you will see it there. As far for the race is concerned, we talk a little bit about early pace. It looks to me like the bettors think the 7 is going to get the lead, but our indications say the 10 and the 2 are probably going to be the fastest out of the gate. And then the 4, the 8, the 3, and the 7 will be in that second tier. The 10 might have a hard time getting up towards the front because it is outside and that turn is coming. So the advantage really should go to the 2 on the inside. As for when they're coming home, it looks to me like the 5, the 1, the 7 are going to be the quickest coming back. So the 5 horse, fitting in that real nice spot. Shouldn't be all that far off the pace, right behind the leaders. But it should have an opportunity to close if it can track the leaders pretty well. As far as the speed ratings are concerned, if you calculate them all up like I do and create this proprietary score, the speed goes to the 10, the 3, the 4, the 5. Those are your top 4, followed by the 7, the 8, the 1, the 2, the 9, and the 6. Of course, that takes into account a couple of different races, some recent form. So horses might run somewhere in that scale. But those are the horses. The 10, the 3, the 4, the 5, and the 7 are the top 5 horses in that respect. So if we run through the field real quickly, looking at number 1, Clamor. Clamor is a horse that, it's only run 2 quality starts in the last 10 races. So I'm not all that excited about that horse at all. In the past, it has run some good fractions, but that was way back last year. Hasn't done anything similar to that lately. So recent form on the 1 horse is not that good. The 2 horse Lyrical Poet coming off a little bit of a break. Decent workouts last time out at Belmont. Did get outside. Had to run a little bit off, a little bit wide. If it can get a better trip this time around, it started at 7th last time of 11, so it did have a little bit of traffic to kind of weave its way through in terms of post position. Returns to the second gate where it broke its maiden in its debut from the 2 posts, got to the lead, stayed on the lead, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Irad Ortiz try to repeat that performance out of the 2. The number 3 is Countdown Poet, 4-1 morning line odds. On the paperwork, it looks like this horse is really going to get out to the lead. But when you look at the fractions, the last couple races have been solid, should be there. But the 2 horses ran a 21 and changed last time on 6 furlongs in the opening quarter, whereas the 3 horse ran a 22 and 1. It did run a 23 and 1, a 21 and 3 at Belmont. 3 races back, so can be just as fast, But I do think the 2 horse is a little bit quicker out of the gate. And that 90 speed rating last time out for the 3 horse was a big jump compared to normal. So it'll be interesting to see if the horse can continue up that path or bumps down on the 3 horse. Although it does have the best pedigree for the surface and distance, and the trainer, David Dugan, is turning the horse around pretty quickly. So that indicates to me that David thinks the horse is still pretty sharp and wants to get it out on the track as quickly as possible. The number 5 horse was recently moving down into the claiming ranks for the first time. Broke its maiden right off the get-go at Aqueduct with a really strong race, the top speed figure for the debut for any horse in the field, and then kind of regressed a little bit. Did bounce back a little bit last time out, got out towards the lead and kind of faded a little bit. So 4 horse could be one that could surprise here. The workouts since have been only okay at Saratoga, middle of the pack. So it's going to have to show something a little bit more, though I do expect that you'll see the 5 horse, the 4 horse a part of the early pace. Number 5, Knockout Punch, is making its 3rd start off a layoff. Classic. Hasn't been one that's been really near the pace, but does have some of the best late pace figures. I expect it to be somewhere in that 2nd, maybe 3rd tier. It's getting a little bit of a jockey upgrade to Tyler Gaffalione, who has not ridden this horse before. Wayne Potts is putting the horse out for the 2nd time after being claimed, won 10 times under that angle. Is one of the few horses that has a successful trip over Saratoga here with a 2nd place way back about a year ago at the claiming ranks, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, just like today. But it was one of its lower speed numbers that the horse has produced. Number 6, Telege. Just got claimed, making the 1st start for Linda Rice. That angle hits at 23%. And considering that she's done it a lot, 219 times, that's a pretty successful hit rate. The horse is making its first try out on grass. It has a run on a sloppy track, which is what I like to kind of take a look at as a semi-measuring stick. Didn't do very well in that race, and first time on grass for Linda Rice. Hits at only 14%, and dirt to turf is not her most successful angle. Number 7, Vodka Lemonade. I believe that's the one that's catching all the action because people probably feel like it's going to get to the lead. As I mentioned before, I feel like the horse is probably going to be 3rd, maybe 4th coming out of the gate. Is the 4th time off a layoff. We do see successive improvement from race to race to race, although the horse did regress a little bit last time out. It's kind of following the same 4-race pattern that it did last time, and in its first 4 races of its career. Came out, and first race ran well, a little bit of the same race the second one, bumped up, and then kind of faded hard in the 4th. So I wonder if maybe it's hitting the end of its, maybe kind of peaked a little bit, and it's kind of coming down off the peak on the downside. Doesn't mean that 90% of its peak can't be enough to win, but I have a feeling the horse might be turning over. Trainer Michael Maker does win 24% of the time at this level. Disciplinarian, to me, looks like a horse that doesn't have opportunity to win the spot, has gotten progressively worse in the 4 starts of 2021. It would have to show something that it hasn't shown, and nothing in the workouts suggests that there's anything like that in the cards. Number 9 is Petrus, making its 3rd start off a layoff, is dropping slightly in class, $3,000. Last time out that it made a 3-race cycle, it's following the same pattern again. The 1st was the best, the 2nd was the 2nd best, the 3rd was the worst. Regression, hard to bet a horse that really didn't have an excuse and finished poorly last time out. Maybe if you like the drop, that might be an angle, but it's not one that I'm going to take. Forced outside. When it's inside, it's run very well. When it's got an outside post, it's kind of struggled to get to the lead. I feel like it's going to have a difficult time getting to the lead here, but should be one of the horses close to the pace on a fast track. Has found its way to the in the money 6 out of 8 times. Is trying dirt, gone on turf once before, finished 3rd. So I'm a little bit concerned about the outside post, although I do like the fact that the horse does show very well. And it's the first time the horse is running in the claiming ranks. And for Miguel Vera, that's a 43% winner in 14 races. So 6 out of 14. Kind of have to like that that class drop a little bit there, big class relief. So for me, as far as I'm lining them up, I think the 2's got the advantage on the inside. It's going to get to the lead. And if it has enough late legs, and I think it probably will, should be able to hold them off. So I'm going to go 2, 10, 4 and 3. I'm not rolling with the favorite, but I haven't been hot so far. Maybe this is the race for me. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. And of course, good luck to you and good luck at the track. getting some comments for some people who are joining us for the first time on YouTube or Facebook asking, do we just do the first four races and sign off? Do we do this every day? We do the live contest commentary every Saturday. So we have a contest. So make sure you head over to horseracingradar.com. Great website. We cover a lot of horse racing from beginner to the most sophisticated, if you will, or experienced horse racing players. We get some great guests for our podcast. Last week we had on Bill Krackenberger, who is a fantastic sports bettor, gave us unbelievable advice on betting college basketball. So you can go over there and check out those podcasts. Of course, our YouTube channel, so you can look that up, is Horse Racing Radar. Just search for that in the YouTube or go to the bottom and subscribe, which is the best thing to do. Hit the bell so that you know when we're going to go live. Follow us on Racing Radar at Twitter and Facebook. And we put a lot of great stuff up on there. We cover every Monday through Thursday. We do what we call Horse Racing Today. We cover some of the news that's going on in the industry. Lately, Bob Baffert and Lasix and whips, some of the controversial things. Alex Caruso's riding streak, which unfortunately for him came to an end. Sean did a great piece on him over at Horse Racing Radar. So we cover a lot of different things over at Horse Racing Radar. In our daily show, Terry and I, we end it with a pick four, usually one we call a hot dog pick four, prime rib. So hot dog is a cheap pick four. Prime rib, we won on Monday. We combined, if you had played all four of our pick fours on Thursday, you would have won over $3,000, putting in roughly about 220, 225. So it's a great pick there. Great day, great week. And then Tom and I do an international racing show, usually at tracks in Ireland or England, for early Saturday morning racing. Today over at Ascot, I forget which race it was, but one of the races that we did, I had for $1, a 600, if you had boxed my four picks and a trifecta over there, which they're crazy the way things work over there. But anyway, $1 trifecta paid $612. So we cover a whole lot of horse racing ground. And then, of course, we have the contest. So if you're new to us and you haven't visited us and you're watching us on Facebook, you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you head over to horseracingradar.com, bookmark it, join us for the contest. They're absolutely free. Today's winner will take home $100. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that information was out there for those of you who are new to the show. We'll be back 10 minutes to post to race number 5, another 1.125 miles on the main track. And we saw in the opener that the 6-horse got to the lead. I think it was the 6-horse. My memory doesn't always serve, but Speed got to the front. Speed won. That's the way the bias has been. We'll see you 10 minutes to post to race number 5 to see if indeed that will be the case again. Helps if I add myself, right? But we got the Coaching Club American Oaks. It's a grade one race for $500,000. Really skinny field, only four horses in the field. You got a prohibitive favorite and Malathat. Um, it's pretty easy kind of race to kind of to diagram and to handicap. The four horse field again. We talk about early on that the distance favors speed horses. Malathat does absolutely have the early pace advantage over the rest of the field. Doesn't really look like it when you look at the Kentucky Oaks and the Ashland, but when you look at those early pace numbers, the horse will be close to the pace, if not on the lead. The only horse that's probably going to challenge for the lead is Rock, Paper, Scissors. None of these horses are traditionally filling the stat sheets with ones across the board in the past performance line. So, yeah, four stalkers, if you will. None really wants to lead, but when you look at the early pace numbers, clearly Malathat has the best early pace numbers. So then you have to look at what the pace setup's going to look like. So I would expect Malathat to kind of get out towards the front, maybe let the three horse Rock, Paper, Scissors take the lead if that's what the three horse wants to do. Settle her in right behind. If the pace is too slow, I'd expect John Velasquez will just go ahead and take the lead and say enough of this, and then look to extend Malathat's undefeated streak, 5 races, 5 wins, including the Kentucky Oaks as the favorite despite being bumped. So as the race develops, then what happens? Clairiere then probably is running third behind, maybe second. It depends. Maybe that jockey sends her to the lead, understanding Irad Ortiz, understanding the track bias. Not really been Clairiere's way, but understanding the track bias in a thin field, you kind of want to be up near the front, especially if there's only one other really solid horse in the field, and that's going to be the big time favorite, 1-5, I think, right now. So Irad will probably try to sit right off of John Velasquez, see if they can have a little bit more late punch. But when I look at the late pace figures, the 4 and the 1, Malathat and the Clairiere, both have very similar late pace numbers. So I expect that you're going to see. I expect what you're going to see is the 1 and the 4 probably chase one another all the way around the track. We saw it earlier today in England, where Love in the I don't know, it's like King George or whatever, the 6th, and Queen Elizabeth. It was a Breeders' Cup qualifying race for the Challenge Series over there. Love was a prohibitive favorite. Many thought the easy winner, but it didn't work out that way. So perhaps we'll see that again today. I don't suspect that we will. I believe Malathat will remain undefeated in her 6th shot. I mean, that's really not saying a whole lot. I'm not stepping out on a limb there. At the end of the race, I expect it to be kind of close, but Malathat to kind of maybe gear it down at the end, with Clairiere trying to get to her at the wire, but not really having much success, followed by the 2-horse Maracuja, and then Rock, Paper, Scissors, maybe trying to get out to the lead, stay up towards the front, and not get beat late. But it's a huge step up in class for the 3-horse. We'll find out when they go a final, but I suspect that 95% of the folks in the contest are going to have either the 1 or the 4, and 95% of the people at the track are going to have the 1 or the 4. I have it going 1, 4, 2, 3. If you look at the speed rating histories of those horses, again, it's going to go 1, 4, 2, 3. We'll find out when it goes official. I mean, if you're going to bet this race, you do have to bet away from the 1 horse. It's the only thing. So maybe you take a flyer on the 3 just in case it can get up to the front, run slow enough fractions, and stay out front. Doubtful, but that's probably the only way I would bet this race. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. We'll see you then. Right before the race, Matthew Hahn, I think, put out a forbearing comment there saying, "This is what I love about the sport of kings." Maybe he knew something about the Malathat not getting home first. It's the second time today, as I mentioned, Love over in England got beat too. So, two really strong horses getting defeated in stakes races today. Both sides of the Atlantic. Must be something in the air. Maybe it's one of those red blood moons or something along those lines. But yes, I do thank you for the kind words in that you find that content awesome. There's a lot of preparation and unfortunately, preparation doesn't always lead to picking winners, but you can't expect to be perfect, but if you're prepared, it'll help you pick more winners. And I think that's been the case here at Horse Racing Radar in terms of what we're trying to present as our product. So quality thoughts, quality picks, and a great show. And of course, some free contests and all that sort of stuff. So let's take a real quick gander at the leaderboard. Gary was a little upset at me after the first race because I didn't update them as quickly as he would like. And I had it, Gary, I had it on the button ready to go, but they were taking so long to go official that I started to move on to something else and then almost forgot to come back and then looked at it and said to myself, oops, I forgot to update these. Gary's going to be mad. And sure enough, there was the comment in the live section of the standings of the contest leaderboard. But right now, we have B. Pietz in the lead with 16, Sean DeLevy with 15, Joey Castaldo also at 15, a few more at 14. So it's a pretty wide open affair still with a lot of races left to go. Right now, there's, let's see, about 37 players with at least 10 points. So they're within striking distance of the leader. So plenty of races left to go. We'll be back for race number 6, 10 minutes before post. So we talked a little bit earlier about those races that have a mix of first-time starters and some horses with some experience, and that you kind of have to group them as the experienced horses or the first-time starters and ask yourself, do the experienced horses offer me something? And then do I want to focus on those horses or do I want to focus on the first-time starters? This is kind of a mixed bag here, I think. I don't think you can throw out any of the first-time starters. Well, a few of them you can, but I don't think you can throw them all out. And I don't think you can throw out all of the horses with some experience, although I do think there may be two horses that have some experience that you can kind of focus on. The others you can, I think, put aside. So of the horses that have run, as far as the early pace is concerned, because this is a 6-furlong race, they've run 10 of them so far at the distance during the current meet. 7 of those horses were near the front of the pack. 5 of them actually went wire to wire, with the rail horse winning 3. So 30% of the 10 races that they've run at the distance belong to the one. And most of the time, the horses are neither first, second, or even wiring the field. So you got to focus on some speed here. I think that's the way to go. And that's what we're going to do as well. And according to the pace figures of the few horses that have run, the 2 horses that you kind of got to look at are, well, the 3 of them, the 2, the 3, and the 8 got out of the box okay last time out. So I'm going to look a little bit more deep than that. I'm going to look basically, I went through all the horses' workouts because I think that's kind of how you have to look at this race. The workouts at the track, pay some attention to the jockey trainer combinations, but really you don't know what you're going to get with a bunch of 2-year-olds, half of whom have never run before. And so I think what I want to try to find is the horses I think are going to be the fastest, understanding the track bias, and hopefully one of those fast ones, maybe 2 of them, maybe we can get lucky, 3 of them can find their way to the front of the field. So let's go ahead and take a look at the horses for what we can and talk a little bit about their workouts. So number 1 is Midnight Worker. And I do like Midnight Worker back here on July 3rd. There was 39 runs at 4 furlongs. He was the second fastest of the 39, 48-2 breezing. Prior to that, did run some bullets at Saratoga. So it looks to me like the one horse does like the surface, does like the track, has some great workouts. You can't overlook that. I think the one horse is a horse that you have to kind of keep an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if Luis Saez can get the horse towards the front. Todd Pletcher does win at 21%, debuting at maiden special weight, and 20% with first-time starters. The 2 horse did is one of the horses that has a good run. Came out of the gates last time out, first time off in its career, was well bet. I do like to see that. Came back afterwards, put in some workouts, not the best. 56 of 72, that run was at Belmont. I'm not a fan of horses that don't train well at tracks after switching over. I would like to see the horse run again at Belmont then and have a nice workout at Belmont. I do expect Manny Franco, one of the aggressive riders, can get the horse to the front. If he can, Manny's pretty good on the lead. Number 3 ran at a maiden special weight, 100,000 last time out. Again, looking at these workouts down here, I'm not a big fan of the 3. I don't, if the 3 beats me, he beats me. That's the way it goes. Number 4, Chiliano, was the odds-on favorite last time, even money, part of an entry, did finish 4th. Fractions were okay, but it did get off to a little bit of a slow start. This is the second time off a layoff. Steve Asmussen does win at 25% with beaten favorites. Again, I'm not overly thrilled with the workouts here. 6 of 10, 9 of 22 since that last race. I believe I'm going to look elsewhere, although I wouldn't surprise me if the 4 did factor in. It is one of the more expensive horses at $375,000, meaning they paid up for this horse. They're expecting something from it, and that's clearly why the betting public made it the top choice down at Churchill Downs in its debut. Should improve second time. I would expect to see the horse run better this time. Number 5, Fan the Fire. Got to pass. Last time, it hasn't run before, but when you look at these workouts, 133rd of 139, 3rd of 10, not too bad, but not really what I want to see. I want to see at least one bullet workout in there. Horse that's shown some inclination to go fast. That one has not. Same thing for the 6 horse, Faith Runner. The fractions on the workouts are amongst the slower side for all the other horses in this field. So I'm going to pass on the 6 horse as well. Number 7, Watasha. This is the most expensive horse, I think, in the field at $450,000. When horses haven't run, that's something I do like to take a look at because it's not foolproof. Nothing's foolproof, but it is an indication of the quality of the mother and the father. So I do like to see that it is the most expensive horse in the field. Chad Brown hits at a pretty reasonable rate, 20% with first-time starters. The dam has 6 winners from 6 starters and 1 stakes winner, so obviously Mama can produce some pretty good runners. And if you look at the workouts here, very good. Definitely looking like Watasha is going to live up to that $450,000 price tag. Number 7, Volcanic. Was the betting favorite last time out too. Failed as the favorite. So you're going to see the horse, I expect to improve as well. That was at $100,000 maiden special weight down at Churchill Downs. Did run the best speed figure of the few horses that did run last time out. I do expect some improvement. Trainer Marcas does rebound to 24% with beaten favorites. But again, when you look at the workouts for 8, the Volcanic, this one back here on July 5th is dynamite. First of 141, 4 furlongs, 47-2. I think this is a horse that you definitely have to have in your picks. Number 9, Irish Sea. The workouts are pretty solid here. 17th of 139, 3 of 33. The horse, Claude McGay, doesn't really hit that high with first-time starters, only 10%. Maybe a horse that's going to need a second start to hit its maximum potential. But I do like those fractions. I do like the fact that the last one was 17th of 139 at Saratoga. So it does kind of like the track. Number 5, Fluid. Number 5. I meant to say earlier on that number 5 is scratched. But number 10, Fluid Situation. Again, a horse that's put in some good works at Saratoga. 19th of 139. Middle of the road here, 36-72, 20-1 on the morning line, a $200,000 horse. So it's not a cheap one by any stretch of the imagination. I've got a feeling that the 10 horse is going to run better than its 20-1 morning line odds. And right now it's at 10-1. So it looks like the bettors basically agree with me. The 11 scratched into the race with the 5 scratching out of the race. I see nothing in the 11's workouts to suggest to me that the 11 horse is going to be the horse that is going to find the tape first. So in terms of ranking the workouts, because I think that's the way you kind of have to look at this race, here's how I'm ranking them. I'm going with the 8, the 7, the 9, and the 1. 8, 7, 9, 1. On the outside of that, the 2, 10, and 4. That's how I'm betting them. That's how I'm going to put them in the contest. Good luck with your contest picks. And, of course, good luck at the track. May your tickets in this unpredictable 2-year-old race all be winners. Those 2-year-olds, I tell you, there's something else. But if you look back on, reflect on what we talked about prior to that last race, the one horse did have some of the better workouts. Was in our top four. I was really hoping that 8 horse can come up for second. That the angle would kind of, but I knew it was 138. It was unfortunate. I would have liked the 8 to get there. So I had 2 out of the 4 first time. 2 out of 4 in a race like that in your top 3 picks is not the best thing, but having a 20 some odd dollar winner in your 4 in those kind of races is a tough thing to do. I do appreciate all the kind words that we're getting today. It means a lot because, like I said, there is some effort that goes into putting this on, and it's, sometimes when things don't go the way you want them to go, you can look kind of foolish out there. Yeah, look at this horse, and then he comes dead last. So I do appreciate the kind words. It does lift you up. The one horse did live up to that rail, Earnside Speed, 30% winner. If you put it all together, landing on the 1 as your top choice was a strong possibility. So hopefully some of you put the 1 in your ticket on top, and then squeezed the 3 in there because it was one of the horses that did race before, and then packaged it with the 8 and hit yourself a nice trifecta. We'll be back for race number 7, 10 minutes to post. We'll take a look at the standings. Then again, after race number 7, we'll see you then. We're off to lucky race number 7. 1 16th miles on the turf. Optional claiming 80,000. Non-winners of one. Purse of 103,000. So far at the meet, they've only run 3 at the distance. So it's kind of really hard to get a sense of what kind of biases you want to be on the lookout for. So once again, we had to go back into the history books, take a look to see what the past has to tell us about the future. It's prologue, as Shakespeare said. It's probably the only quote I know. Probably not true, but anyway. But looking at the past races at Saratoga at 1.16 miles on the regular turf course, outer turf course, whatever they call it there. The one thing I noticed glaringly is the inside 3 posts haven't done very well at all. Combined, probably won around 15% at the races that we reviewed. So you want to definitely look 4 and out in terms of post position. Fortunately, the 1, the 2, and the 3 aren't the best horses in the field, at least in my opinion. Maybe the 1 can factor, but we'll find out. And then as far as pace is concerned, you probably want to see your horse in the first 4. They've done very well. They've outperformed the horses that have been 5th and out. So I'd say you probably want your horse to be around somewhere between 2nd, maybe 3rd through 5th, outside post, and then have the ability to bring the race home at the end. So in the early pace, I'm expecting to see the 4, the 7, and the 5. Some combination of those 3 should lead them out of the gates and take them into the turn, and then bring them down the backstretch as they start to head for the turn for home. The 9, the 11, the 10, the 1, the 3, the 6, the 8, they're all bunched up behind that, so they can be in really any order, and they should be right off the pace. So I'm not expecting a blazing pace here, but you never know if some horse is going to try to go out and steal it. That happens quite often. On the way home, the 11 horse is a standout in terms of late pace. Maybe that's why the horse is the betting favorite right now. And as I mentioned in the early pace, the 11 should be right behind the first 3, 4, should be right in the ideal spot according to what we've seen in the previous years, where you want to be somewhere around 2nd, 3rd, 4th at the quarter pole, and then have an opportunity to close the race out. Behind the 11, the 2, the 6, and the 8 have the strongest numbers, followed by the 12, the 1, the 9, and the 7. If you want to bet them straight up based upon their speed scores, our ranking shows them to come out 4, 7, 8, 6, 11, 12, and 9. Though we do think this race could be a little bit more nuanced than just speed figures. I think it's going to be a tactical race where the jockey's going to have to get his horse in the right position and then be able to close out this race. So let's go ahead and look at the field and see what we like. And then hopefully we'll find some winners in here. Number 1, Performing Arts. Again, riding that rail, it's been real difficult. Last time out, did win its race by more than a length, finally taking home the maiden victory in the 5th try. The workouts since have been okay at Saratoga. Again, that inside draw, I think, is a real negative for that horse. Probably something that I would avoid. Number 2 is Shady McGee. Is a horse that's come over from England, struggled at first. Seems like he's improved the last 2. Certainly had some nice closing pace. And again, it is one of the horses, according to our analysis, that should have some really strong late kick, and is one of the few horses in the field that's dropping in class. Last time out ran for a purse of 150,000. And I know somewhere out there, Tom is thinking, take this horse, because Tom is he really likes these international horses. You got Tyler Gaffalione in the irons for Michael Maker. They've won 6 of 18 together and actually produced a really high return on investment of $1.16. So the horse is 1 for 1 at the distance too. Maybe something that can surprise and fill out the back end of exactas and trifectas, fatten up that payout. Number 3, Shifting Sands, does have the top pedigree score for the distance and the surface. Did break its mating in the 2nd try at Tampa. Raced last time out at Aqueduct in a non-graded stakes race for $100,000. Didn't fare too well, but it is a horse that maybe can live up to that pedigree. I don't know that it has the early pace to be amongst the leaders or the late pace to be chasing down the leaders at the end. And certainly those first 3 posts have not performed well, as I mentioned. Number 4, Ombre is the lightest raced horse in the field. Did break its maiden last time on Belmont on a yielding course with the highest last race speed figure. And a lot of times, a lot of folks won't take a horse that just broke its maiden in the next start when it moves up the class ladder. I'm not so opposed to doing that when they run the highest last race speed figure, especially since the horse did it after a little bit of a layoff. And I think you can see the horse improve in this round as well. So the 4 horse should be near the front. Again, the first 4 horses have done well. It has a strategic post, so should be forwardly placed, and does have a post position number that should benefit him. So it's a horse that could be on the lead all the way around, like the last long race we saw on the turf. Number 5, and that was coincidentally the 4 horse too. Siglioso is a horse that's making its third to start off a break. Its debut did pretty well. And I mean, its first start off the break just missed by a nose, kind of regressed last time out, slower fractions, caught a yielding track, maybe didn't like it, has trained fairly well in the last two consecutive bullet workouts, did run in the Florida Derby, got smoked. So they thought they might have had something in this horse. Third time off a layoff. Last time it ran a third time off a layoff, it was a performance between the first one and the second one. A performance between the first and second here won't get that horse home first. Number 6, Miramission, a horse that should be in that second tier of horses, ran its best race last time out, since has trained middle of the pack, and it is a horse that has won 2 of its 5 starts, so it's not like it doesn't know how to find the winner's circle. One of those was at the distance. Although it does seem to me that maybe this horse needs to go a little bit longer than it's going today. But this could be the right distance for the horse, as it has won. But I do think that it's a horse that's going to have to maybe go a little bit longer. But it will be closing late and probably should be a part of your ticket. Whether it gets to the tape first is the question. Number 7, Calibrate. 4 start off a layoff. Last time out did pretty well. Is one of the few horses in the field that actually ran a last race speed figure higher than par. Steve Asmussen teamed up with Ricardo Santana Jr. They've won at 26% together, and actually another duo that's produced a positive ROI, which is always what you want as a horse player, right? Making his first start on grass, I would have liked to see a run either on all-weather track or a run on a sloppy or wet track. Haven't seen one of those. But clearly they think they have something here as well, because they ran him in the Breeders' Cup Futurity, and they ran him in, that was against Essential Quality, by the way, and then ran him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, of course, against Essential Quality there too. So 7 horse seems like the owners think he's got something there. Number 8, Dream Big Dreams. I think this is a very live long shot in the field, is making its first start on grass. But I mentioned I like to see a horse that has some experience on and off track. Did run last time out on an off track, ran its best Beyer ever, been moving up the Beyer speed ladder, and finished second by a half a length. Been real close the last 2 out. And I think the 8 horse is one that will be not too far off the pace from the beginning and does have one of the late strong kicks. I'm going to include him in my ticket just because at 20-1 morning line has a shot to really fatten up. Number 9, Moon Quad, making the first start off a short break. I think this horse is one that can improve. It did run very well fresh. Last time it got a little bit of a break, similar break. Hasn't had any workouts across this track, only 1 win in 6 starts. I expect that the horse will have to improve in order to find its way to the winner's circle. Both John Velasquez and Todd Pletcher, surprisingly, struggling so far at the meet. Number 10, Never Explained, did win last time out, maiden 31,000 at Indiana Downs, Indiana Grand. If you've watched it long enough, you know, not a big fan of horses coming from second tier tracks, not AAA tracks like Saratoga. They rarely are able to carry the form that beat horses at Indiana to Saratoga and beat a Saratoga quality horse. Number 11, Space Launch, I think is the favorite right now, has improved from race to race to race. Last time out, finished third by 2 3/4 lengths. Joel Rosario and Christopher Clement, who is a solid turf trainer, Second time with Lasix, 14% winner. And this is another horse that I expect that you're going to see perform exceptionally well here. Does have it does have the strongest late pace figure, will be perfectly placed, and should have no excuses not to be a part at the end. Number 12, the last horse in the field, is Future Victory. Did break through and the first time off a layoff for a win. Last time out, it improved sharply in its second race after the first race of its career. So if you see a similar performance, you could see number 12 make a move forward in race number 2 off the bench. And it is, again, another horse that has some pretty late pace figures as well. So wrapping it up, I think this is how I see him. This is a wide open race. I'm going to go 11, 4, 6. And like I said, I'm throwing that long shot 8 in there because I do think that has a chance. So 11, 4, 6, 8. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your contest picks. And of course, good luck with your bets. Would have loved to have that one. That's one of those Back to the Future exactors and trifectas that if you knew it in advance, you go ahead and play it, and then you can find your way to some unlimited wealth. So I forget the guy's name from the show, McFly, but let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. Right now, we have Sean in the lead, Sean Delave, B. Pietz in second, Jimmy Manning in third. Those two are tied for second, third. Chris Cole, Keith Palut, then Douglas Kavanaugh, and Joey Castaldo, all at all within the top 10 there. So it's still wide open because you have only 7 points separating the first 35 players. So wouldn't be surprised to see some more long shots come in at the end of the day here. It's been a interesting day so far at Saratoga. We got another nice race coming up in race number 8. Hopefully we can find ourselves a one like the 3 next time around. So we'll see you 10 minutes before post. Race number 8 on the inner turf. It's kind of I can't hear myself, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. So if somebody in the comment section could just give me a thumbs up or let me know, because ordinarily I can hear myself and I'm not hearing myself. So I don't know if I need new headphones or if I'm just not coming through. But in any case, this is 1 mile on the inner turf course. Looking at past races, there haven't been that many this time around in the inner turf. So we had to kind of open up the history books again. And what we found is about 50-50 split between horses that are near the top 4 and horses that are in the early going in the first 3 at the quarter pole, and those that are 4 and out. So a good mix. It's a fair track, fair surface, fair distance. No matter what your running style is, you have a chance to get the score here. But what we did notice again, there appears to be a post bias that favors 4 and out, which is kind of interesting because most of the better horses are posts 1, 2, and 3. So with 1, 2, and 3 weird posts, something's got to give. So hopefully the post bias isn't too strong to overcome some of the selections that we're going to make. So let's go ahead and get cracking on race number 8 with the 1 horse split then double. Obviously a reference to blackjack. Terry loves it when people split 10s and jacks and queens. He just absolutely sits at the table and loves when people do that. Right, Terry? So anyway, the one last time out did run the highest last race speed figure. It was over par for this level, which to me looks like par for this level is 82, and it beat it by 1. So it's a horse that should improve coming off of a little bit of layoff. It's a horse I expect to see run fairly well. The fractions in its workouts have been okay. Jose Ortiz and Chad Brown, pretty solid connection. The horse is making its second time start with Lasix, 22% winner. Has put some good fractions up on the early going. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the 1 horse. Oh, we forgot to talk about pace. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 1 horse early on pace, but let's go ahead and look at the early pace. The early pace to me, according to our figures, the 4, the 2, and the 5 should be on the lead. As I mentioned, the 1 shouldn't be all that far off. So I have the 1, the 8, the 3, and the 7 in that second group. And then when they're coming home, the late pace for those horses that are on the other side, the other 50% that have done well, stalkers or closers or speed. It's a fair distance. The 2 horse here, Baby Blythe, has a very strong late pace advantage, at least so far early in the career, followed by the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 4. Those horses all should be in the mix. The 7, the 8, the 6, the 9, perhaps the 9 is a little bit deceiving, both in terms of its early pace and late pace, because the horse is coming from overseas. We'll get to that in a moment. So anyway, if you like to do the speed handicapping in terms of speed ratings, we have the 1, the 3, the 2, the 7, the 9, the 6, the 5, the 8, and the 4 as your top horses according to speed figures. Roll back now to number 2. Baby Blythe, as I mentioned, this is the horse I expect to be coming the hardest late. Has only 1 race. That was in December, so that was a late 2-year-old debut. Got pinched off the heel late, according to the comment, but did have a very strong run. I love those power moves in the stretch. Workouts so far have been pretty solid, and it's getting Lasix for the first time. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the 2 horse with Joel Rosario move a little bit closer to the front this time around than last time when it started 7th of 10, almost 5 lengths, did get 9 lengths back. So tried the worst to first. It played out pretty well last week for Joel Rosario, so maybe he can do the same today. Number 3, Rastafaria. He's coming off the highest, one of the highest last race speed figures. Been the favorite in both races, missed by a nose in the debut down in Tampa, and we just saw a horse 2 races back. That last race, I think, that came from Tampa and won. So that Tampa angle maybe. Belmont, next time out, was a favorite again, finished 3rd by a length. I read Ortiz in the irons for Chad Brown. Again, the horse that has got a lot of expectations, probably going to be the favorite again. But the workouts have not been all that solid. So maybe the 3 horse is one that could possibly disappoint. But it does have the best pedigree and one of the top jockey trainer combos in New York, period. Number 4, Good Talk is a horse that I would pass on. First career route, not a very successful thing for Jenna Anatucci. Second career race, again, not very successful. The horse didn't show much, was a long shot, didn't do anything in that first leg. The one thing I will note, however, is it is training well at Saratoga. So as we saw before, a long shot that trained very well at Saratoga. Maybe the 4 can upset if those training numbers translate to the race. Sometimes when I'm at the driving range, my drives translate to the course, but most of the times they don't. Number 5, Midnight Core, making its second start in its career. Another one that's training well, but does not have a run on the Saratoga track in terms of workout. So it would be nice to see a workout there, but is getting Lasix for the first time, which is a positive. It is a horse that I do think will be involved in the early pace and the late pace in terms of some of its better numbers. So maybe Manny can have the horse near the front that Lasix can kick in and keep the stamina all the way through the tape. And maybe the 5 horse can factor at a decent price. Number 6, first time starter. I see nothing in the breeding. I see nothing in the workouts. I don't see much in Bill Mott's first-time starters, only hitting at 13%, not a really big number for the Hall of Fame trainer, only 11% when they debut on the turf, only hitting at 15% with Junior Alvarado. I have a feeling that this is just kind of like work for the 6 horse, although it is a very expensive horse at $485,000. So I think it's the most expensive horse in the field. Number 7, Vintage Style, is one that ranks out well in terms of speed numbers. Last time was a little dip back in its second race off a layoff. It's making the third start right here. Horse hasn't made it through a 3-race cycle yet. I expect that you'll see the 7 horse possibly improve, although it did take a step down in race 2. I don't like to see the fact that the horse, its past performance line at the quarter mile was 4th in the first race off the bench, 8th the next race, 4th at the half mile marker, 8th in the next race, 2nd at the 6 furlong marker, 8th in the next race, and didn't really close any ground, although it did break poorly and was off the field and never had a chance. So maybe the third time off a start, if it can get a good break, should do better than it did last time out. Number 8, Naked on the Beach. That debut at Keeneland was very strong. I'd like that debut at Keeneland. Then it ran again at Churchill and took a bad step, stumbled at the start, never really got involved in the race. So you have to throw out that run in that race. If you look at the first one, should be like back third. Late pace figures would put it probably in the middle of the pack. So a good clean break. Horse number 8, Naked on the Beach, could make a dash for the finish line at the end. Finally, number 9 is Ego Trip. There's a horse coming in from Newcastle where it finished 2nd in its debut. The horse that it finished 2nd to, Most Hararaf, has won 3 or 4 races over there. So it's a pretty solid horse. And the trainer for the horse is Godston over in England. Godston is one of the better trainers over there. So I suspect that this is a horse that's going to like the grass. It's going to like the getting Lasix, and it's going to like the fast surface over here. So I believe the 9 horse is one that you have to have in your mix. So looking at the way I'm going to rank them, the way I'm going to play it, as much as I don't like those inside horses in terms of what the history shows us, I think the 1 horse is probably the top play in my opinion. So I'm going to go the 1 over the 3, 9, and 2, although I would not be at all shocked if the 9 horse won this race. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Of course, good luck with your selections, both in the contest and at the track. We'll see you when it's official. That race was a perfect illustration of not necessarily the best horse winning, but the horse that got the best trip winning of the best horses in the field. The 9 horse, the one that we talked about coming in from Britain, who finished behind a very solid horse in its debut over in Britain, got off to just a horrible start and then made a really strong run late. So keep an eye on that horse. You might want to put it on your watch list. It's going to win its next race if it can get a clean break. But if you watch that early going for that horse, it really struggled to get in line, had to wait for horses to go by to get to the inside and save ground. So it was a difficult trip for the 9. And then the 1 horse got stuck behind the Dying Speed, and Jose Ortiz had to really break its momentum, wait for a chance to clear, move to the outside. And by then he lost all of his momentum. And when he tried to restart again, couldn't get the horse to get going. That gave the 3 horse to jump on both the 1 and the 9 and allowed it to get to the finish circle first. So it's to the winner's circle and to the finish line first. It's always interesting to watch those races to see how things break out. So I expect that you'll see maybe a little bit of betting value next time on the 1, maybe some on the 9 as well. I definitely like the way the 9 ran that race last time out there. And I expect that I'm going to put that one in my watch list. We'll have it on our radar list the next time the horse makes a run. So we got 3 races left to go, and let's see how the standings look now. With 3 races left to go, if there's any chance, everybody's got to be within like 15 points to have any kind of crack at it. So at the moment, we still have Sean Delavey in first place at 23, Douglas Kavanaugh at 20, Joey Castaldo at 20 as well, Melvin Hill, Dennis DeMello, Mark Dezel, Ricky Hartman, Joe Handicapper, and Vincent Mazzotta. I think Joe was here last week, and he was near the top of the board. And he's near the top of the board again, Joe. So here's to you closing it out this time, my friend. We'll see everybody 10 minutes to post in. Oh, my own Tom Diemel is right there, too. Way to go, Tom. We'll see everybody 10 minutes to post for the next race. And there are 3 races to go. And then we'll close out this day at Saratoga on Saturday. We are in race number 9, which is 7 furlongs. It's a $103,000 allowance race, which is a pretty solid priced race for sure. 7 furlongs. We haven't seen one at that length today. So far, meet to date, they've run 9 of them, with 5 horses being labeled early speed as your winners. 2 of them came off the rail to win, although that is a little bit different than what we've seen in times gone by, where it looks to me like the post positions 4 and out have had the advantage. So maybe a little bit of track change in 2021 relative to some previous years. We'll find out today if that's the case, if it's just an anomaly on those rail horses winning 2 out of the first 9, or if indeed the track bias has changed a little bit. So as far as pace is concerned, a little bit of a slight advantage to the horses that are in the first 3 at the quarter-mile marker. Although speed has held up today, speed has held up at Saratoga so far throughout the meet. So I'm going to give a slight edge to speed here in this spot instead over the closers. So speaking of which, let's take a quick glance at which horses we think are going to have the best foot early out of the gate. And according to our early pace figures, the 8 horse should get to the lead. Would have got challenged by the 7 maybe, but the 7 has scratched. The 1, the 2 should be right behind the 8, followed by the 6, the 9, and the 3. So I would expect the 8 horse to have a chance to shake free, maybe get to run some comfortable fractions. And then as they're coming home, the 5 horse looks to be, so far anyway, in its career, a clear late pace advantage over the rest of the field. The 2, the 3, should be next in line, followed by the 6, 1, and 8. And then finally the 9 and the 4 coming home with the slowest of pace. If you want to bet just straight up, make your ticket, which horses have the best combination of speed numbers throughout the recent form. It ranks out 4, 1, 8, 5, 2, 6, and then the 9 and the 3. So something we see here a little bit over and over again is the 9 is near the bottom, sometimes joined by the 3, except for the 3 does show up in the late pace numbers. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field, minus the 7 horse, and see who we like and perhaps why. Glass Ceiling is a horse making its second start off a layoff. Came out last time, ran one of its best speed figures ever. I think tied for second or third. The only other time other times that the horse has made it through a 2-race cycle, it did improve in the second time off a layoff. Since its last start, the horse has put in 1 workout, which is middle of the road. Nothing that all that spectacular. In fact, looks like they're turning this horse around pretty fast. So sometimes when they turn those horses around pretty fast, it can be a sign that the trainer thinks well of the horse. The next horse is number 2, making sense, 8-1 in the morning line. Doesn't get much love so far from the betting public because it's 11-1, so money is kind of running away from the 2. Not always the best thing to see, but nonetheless, maybe offer some value. The horse does come off a race last time where they were running for $175,000 purse, so you do have a drop. Hasn't run since October, so we're making her 4-year-old debut. Perhaps it's the uninspiring workouts at Saratoga that have people concerned. But if the horse runs to form at Saratoga, where it has a win and a third in 2 starts, and it's never missed the board. So kind of interesting that they're running away from the 2. Number 3, Entreat. Again, this is a horse that we said was at the bottom of a lot of rankings, but if you look at its recent workouts at Saratoga, they've been really good. Kind of reminds me of the 3 horse a few races back that actually won with the solid workouts. Was the betting favorite at Belmont last time at a similar level. Didn't get off to the best start, tossed his head, lunged at the start, so wasn't interested in racing that day. Second start off a layoff, 27% winner for Chad Brown. Beaten favorite, 27% winner for Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffleone did ride the horse in its debut at Churchill Downs and brought the horse home first. So maybe the 3 horse is something to keep an eye on. Number 4, Firing Carol, last time out, did break its maiden at Belmont, but really not much really to look after there. It did put up some of the fastest early fractions last time out, so perhaps the horse can it's tough to say. It's not expected to be near the early pace. The four horse, well, actually, it's supposed to be near the lead, on the lead, but it doesn't really have a whole lot of a kick at the end. So it's not really how it's worked out in terms of on paper. So it's interesting to see that the way the algorithm worked, that it puts the four near the top. I'll be interested to see if the four is actually there. And it did produce the highest last race speed figure, which is at times it's about same as the favorite winning. Number 5 is getting blinkers for the first time. 26% winner for Linda Rice. Hasn't run since May 30th. Did improve from race number 1 to race number 2 sharply. Was the 40-cent favorite. Do like to see that, especially when they come through and win. The horse did put in one of the top last race speed figures. Was one of the few horses in the field to win its race. I think it might have been the only one, one of two to win last time out, and did so convincingly. So that's a horse that maybe likes to find the winner's circle. Number 6 is the Carmel Swear. Looks like a horse that's going to be one of the favorites. Last time out, ran for $300,000 in the 8 Bell Stakes at Churchill Downs. Didn't fare very well. The race before that broke its maiden by 10 lengths. That big class drop might be one of the reasons why people are on the horse. It does look to me like the horse should be middle of the pack speed, middle of the pack closing. Might want to kind of look at, I think you can find more value elsewhere. Although when you look at the workouts, has been blistering at Saratoga. So that could be why the horse is getting some action. Number 7, as we said, is scratched. Number 8 is Flash Magic, another horse that should be right on the early pace. The horse should be near the front. Last time out, ran one of its second best speed figure. First time, much improved fractions. Something I really like to see. The horse has a win and 3 seconds in 4 races. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr. over the last couple of days have hit 5 with second and third and 13. Overall, they win at 26%, produce a positive ROI. Big question mark is the training sessions have not been good at Saratoga. Number 9 fills out the field. That is Mucho Macho Mama. Certainly know the team that owns Mucho Macho Man. Dean and Patty Reeves, if you ever get a chance to meet them, 2 of the nicest people in horse racing that you'll ever meet. If there are 2 nicer people on the planet, I'd really like to know who they are. Anyway, Mucho Macho Mama is a horse that should be up near the pace. It's a horse that does not have much late pace into it. Workouts at Saratoga are middle of the road. Before that was working out nicely at Churchill Downs. Be interesting to see how the horse takes to the Saratoga track. Not much in the way of other than it's some early fractions that it has run well. Was the favorite last time out and failed, but only a 16% rebound for Dallas Stewart on that angle. So how are we going to play this race? I am going to go ahead with the 8, 2, 6, and 5. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Certainly, as always, we hope that you do well with your picks and most importantly, with the real ones that you have at the track. We'll see you when it's official. Six's workouts translated to the track. It must be too. It got bet down really hard late. So that tells me that the rebate houses and the betting syndicates like what they saw there and came in heavy with that money, making it the even money favorite, followed behind the 5 horse. And then the 4 horse, who we mentioned, had the top speed rankings combination. So if you had put the 6 with the 5 and the 4, heck, you could have had yourself a nice trifecta there. We're about to move on to race number 10. It'll be our second race at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. It is the Keres Stakes, grade 3, $200,000. Got two really heavy favorites between the 1 and the 2 horse. Be interesting to see which one of the two actually comes home, if or they can get home, based upon what we've seen today with some really heavy favorites, both overseas and here, getting defeated on the track unexpectedly. So maybe there could be an upset again, which could open up the door for a nice ticket. We'll find out 10 minutes to post. Well, we have race number 10, the last of the stakes races today. Grade 3, $200,000 for fillies and mares, 5.5 furlongs on the turf for the Keres Grade 3 stakes. When you look at 5.5 furlongs, we saw a race a little bit earlier in the day. As we mentioned, you kind of want to be near the front of the pace. Looking back, 44% of the winners were first or second at the quarter-mile marker. And again, we did see that posts number 4 through 6 tend to do better, but it's not a deal killer, of course. It wasn't a deal killer earlier on. We have a shorter field because number 6, Jakarta, scratched out. And I think that could have an impact on the race because she could have been one of the horses that would have added to the early tempo. And without her, it can give the horses out on the front a little bit of an advantage because there won't be a third horse really pressing hard to keep the action in front hot. Looking at the early pace figures, it looks to me like we're probably going to get the 2 on the lead. Maybe the 1 chases her. Maybe she doesn't. Perhaps the 4. So I expect it to be some combination of 2 and then 1-4 or 4-1. And then when they're coming home, the 5 horse does have the strongest late pace figures. The 1 and 4 are pretty much similar, and then the 2 and the 3, but there's really not much separation between the top 3 or 4 horses in terms of what they'll bring to the table in their late run. If you just want to bet straight off of the speed rankings, then you would rank them 1, 2, 4, 5, and 3, with the 1 and the 2 clearly having a big edge over the rest of the field. So, and that's not surprising. They're also getting the big edge in terms of the betting action right now. The 1 horse is the 6-5 favorite. The 2 horses not too far behind at 8-5. Surprisingly, the 4 and the 6 are both under 10-1, which is kind of interesting to me because I felt like the 1 and the 2 before this race would really pull in a lot more money and kind of watch some of those other odds go up. But that hasn't been the case. Maybe bettors like Bill Krakenberger on our show this week on the Player's Edge looking for some value. So maybe that's what's going on there. Let's take a quick run through the field, see what we like, and perhaps maybe we can find another shot that'll beat the 2 favorites like we saw earlier in the day in the I forget the name of it now, but in the other stakes race that we saw. Number 1, Caravel, does have some of the fastest early fractions. If you go back prior to this year, it looks like she's been a little bit more off the pace and stalker closer type than she was early in her career when she got near the front and then just steamrolled the competition. Right now is catching the majority of the money, hasn't run 5.5 furlongs, but has run 5 furlongs 4 times, won all of them. And then in the 6 furlong turf race, she did stretch out a little bit and did kind of fade a little bit at the end of that one, finished behind Robin Sparkles there. So be interesting to see how she takes to that extra half furlong. Last time out, ran the highest last rate speed figure, is making the 4th start off the bench. Last time she made it through a 4-race cycle. The 4th race was a little about the same as the 3rd race. So I'd expect to see a similar race out of the one that you saw in the last start. Number 2, Robin Sparkles. I think this is the horse that's probably going to be on the lead. Does have some of the fastest opening fractions in the last race out of the field. Those late pace numbers, the last couple of races are off the charts relative to at least the last race relative to everybody else. 6 furlongs on the inner turf. Hasn't really had has taken a work on Saratoga last time out, was 7th to 46. So looks like the horse does have a little bit of continued or does have a like for the course, which is not shocking since it did race at Saratoga once before. 5.5 furlongs, just like today, on a firm course, just like today. Got out in 21-2, which would definitely put her on the lead. Ran away from the field by 4 3/4 lengths. Wouldn't be surprised to see a similar type performance today on the turf. She has 5 wins and a second. Would not be surprised at all to see the 2 horse end up being the favorite when it's all said and done. Number 3, Task, could add to the early pace challenge, the 2 horse, but not really one that's going to be able to maintain, I don't believe, for the duration of the race. Probably get out there, maybe try to set some fractions. But when you look at the horse in terms of its early pace, it's been at longer distances. Sometimes when they back up the shorter distances, it doesn't necessarily translate to speed. So be interesting to see how Eric Cancel decides to take this horse out. I suspect he'll try to push for the lead. Probably be either right on the 2 or a little bit ahead of the 2 if he's trying to really set an early tempo. But otherwise, I expect Robin's Sparkles to be in the lead. Number 4, In Good Spirits, is the probably next up in terms of pace. Has raced at 5.5 furlongs twice. Did get a firm track at Fairgrounds and managed to win that race. But as you could see here, in the longer distances, as I said before with the 3-horse, sometimes horses flash speed in routes, but then you shorten them up and they don't. And I would not be surprised to see the 3-horse not flash speed. 5-horse, since moving to sprints, has become more of a closer and does have some of the better late pace figures in the field, but not as good as Flower Point. So Flower Point won't be too far behind the 4 early on, but does have a much harder charge late in the race. So I'd expect the 5-horse to find its way past the 4-horse as they're coming down the stretch. Did get a run in there against Robin Sparkles and the number 1 horse Caravel, a couple 3 races back, finished 5, 2 3/4 lengths behind the leaders in the first start in more than a year. She is making the 4th start off a layoff. The last time the horse made it through the 4-race cycle was one of the better races that the horse put in the 4-race cycle, but didn't manage to find the winner's circle. However, much like we saw in some of the other horses that have performed very well today, Flower Point did have a real nice bullet work on a muddy track, which usually translates, from what we've heard from other jockeys, to translates to what we see on turf as well. Only a 5-horse field. Again, I think the absence of Jakarta kind of changes the race around a little bit. Early on, I thought with Jakarta in the race, it would give the advantage perhaps to the closer, that of the 2 top horses, that being the 1-horse. But with Jakarta out, I think the 2-horse Robin Sparkles gets to the lead, maintains the lead, and is able to carry this race home. Not, like I said, the lace pay figures aren't that far off from everybody else. Does have a trip across the Saratoga track. Did run very well. I'm going to go 2 surprising, 1 surprising, and then I'm going to go ahead and put the 5 in there because I do think the 5 will run past the 4 at the end. So 2, 1, 5. Maybe we get lucky and the 5-horse finishes first if we box them and we can get a little bit better price. But I do expect this one to go form, unlike the earlier race where the favorite got beat. We'll find out how they line up when the race goes official. Good luck with your bets, everybody. Good luck with the contest. We'll see you in a few. We have one race left as the one horse powers past everybody down the lane. The two horse unable to hold its speed. The Jakarta was in that race. It was all scratched out up on the program when you looked at Twin Spires. So if you had down in the program working sometimes, I guess, I don't know, it must have been not running for the purse. Or it was running for the purse only, but didn't count in the betting. I don't know. I didn't catch it. So in any case, we're down to the last race. We have Sean DeLavy and Joey Castaldo as the two that have a chance to take the contest home today, win $100. Last race is a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. It's a distance and the surface we've seen, but it's a distance we have not seen yet today. So it'll be interesting to look back and see what the speed bias is, what the post position bias is, and try to identify some horses that we can bring home maybe with a nice winning ticket to close out the day. Much like when you play golf, sometimes when you have a difficult round, you come home, 18th hole, you tee it up, you tee it high, you let it fly, and it splits the fairway. You put your second shot on the green, you make your putt. It's that golfing, I guess, I don't know what you want to call it, but karma that wants to bring you back so that you'll put another $70 down on your green fees next time out, depending upon where you play. So we'll be back for race number 11, the nightcap. We'll find out how they rank. 10 minutes to post. See you then. I thought I had clicked that button. I apologize, folks. Sometimes I don't know why these mouses stick, don't stick, and then makes for fun. I'm looking. You're in a panic mode trying to find the mouse and get to the right place, and you have different screens open. I really need another computer that allows me to have 3 monitors instead of 1. Maybe I can hit the trifecta here and it'll cover the cost of that. That's the goal for the final race at Saratoga, race number 11. We have 1 mile and a 16th on the inner turf. We haven't seen the distance yet today, so we had to kind of look back and see what we find. There's been looking at the past, 60, 70 races or so at the distance, we find a slight favorite for the horses that like to stalk and close over the horses that like to get to the front and get going. And then we also find that posts number 5 and out have a significant advantage, it appears, over the inner posts. So that's a something to keep an eye on in here. And we think, too, that based upon our picks, that we're kind of heavily focused on the outside. So we're hoping that bias holds up for this particular race. In terms of the early pace, the 12 horse and the 3 and the 10 look like they have the quickest foot early. There's enough space in that front stretch for the outside horses to get to the turn first. They got to clear, so you got to hope some of those inside horses kind of move to the rail to save ground so that the outside horses, the 10 and the 12, can get outside to 3. If not, they can end up running wide in the inner turf. Probably not what they want to do. So we'll see how they try to get to the lead. As far as the second tier of horses, we're going to probably see the 5, the 4, the 7, the 2, and 8. Maybe they're going to try to keep up as much as possible to block some of that outside speed from being able to clear. If they let the 10 and 12 clear pretty easily, it could make for trouble later on in the race for some of the closers. As far as late pace is concerned, the strongest late pace numbers belong to the 7, but it's not way ahead of everybody else. And then you just got a big clump. The 8, the 1, the 6, the 11, the 3, the 5, the 2, big clump of horses there that shouldn't be all that far behind. It's an interesting spot in that you have an 8-5 favorite, and then pretty much everybody else is 5-1 or higher. I think you're probably going to find some value in this race where you might be able to catch yourself a nice shot at the top of the ticket. I don't know that the 7 is invincible. I know that a lot of that early money was hitting that horse hard. So maybe some of the folks at the track, some of the insiders have seen some of the how the horse has been working and put their money out there early. So we'll find out if indeed that smart money, so to speak, is on the right side of the tape. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. So if you're going to go straight in terms of speed numbers, then you're going to have the 7, the 10, the 6, the 8 as your top 4, followed by the 1, 2, 5, and 3 as the next set of horses. Looking at the field, the 1A and the 13 are scratched. I hope they're not racing like Jakarta. No, they're not. The 1 horse is not on the rail. It's breaking from the 7 post. And looking at this horse, it has hit the board 7 out of 12 races, which is pretty solid. Only managed to win 1. 1 win was at the distance at Belmont. That wasn't 3 races back. It was in a race in November at Aqueduct. I'm sorry, where it got to the lead, stayed in the lead, and then it had the 3 post. Hasn't broken from the like I said, running from the 7th spot. So looking at the middle to outside posts for the horse, hasn't really fared all that great. Try to keep pace early and kind of faded late. So maybe a little better suited from the inside than it is on the outside. Number 2 is the rail horse, Emma and I. Emma and I does have some of the earlier in its career, some early fast fractions, has broken from the 1 and the 2 before, and seems to have done pretty well from the inside. So it's got from the rail. The last time it ran at the rail was at Belmont Inner Turf, mile and the 16th. Did get the win with Jose Ortiz in the irons. He's decided to ride elsewhere today, which is kind of interesting to me. The 3 horse is Mopoka, and that horse is a horse that does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface, is stepping up, did win at the distance at Belmont. 2 races back with Eric Hansel. Again, kind of interesting to see that Eric is on a different horse. David Cohen gets the mount today. Last time the horse came off a break, it won, and that was at that Belmont 1 1/16. The workouts, though, since its last run have been kind of awful. And we've paid a lot of attention to the workouts today, and it seems like some of those horses that have worked very well have performed very well. So if Mopolka's workouts are any indication of what she's going to do on the track here today, I would expect a race that looks a lot like the last one and not the 1 1/16 win that she was able to secure at Belmont. Number 4, Valorand, hasn't shown too much recently. First time off the start last time, first race on the turf, when 9th of 11, 7 3/4 lengths behind everybody else. The betting public never was on her. Hasn't worked out well since. Kind of hard to back the 4 horse under any circumstances, considering the last 2 races have been atrocious. Number 5, Electric Youth, is another horse that hasn't run very well. Only 1 quality start. That was a win in his 4 races. It was on the slop, however. Last time out, did show a little bit of late pace, the 5 horse. And I do expect that it could be a lot closer to the front than its past performance lines look. It has been potential mid-move potential in this horse. So you never know. If there's a horse that could upset, maybe the one is one that can get in there. That Muddy Run was a pretty good run, though the last race on the track wasn't too good, but it did duck in at the break. So maybe a little cleaner trip from the 5. The muddy track, the late gain in the last race on turf suggests that maybe there's something there. We just haven't seen it yet. Gets a clean trip with John Velasquez, who has no wins yet this year, possibly can break the Ophir. Number 6, Just Okay is Not Okay. Isn't that a commercial? Making the 3rd start off a layoff, broke its maiden last time out, is improving from race to race to race. So 3 consecutive speed figure increases in a row. That can be a positive and that can be a negative. It's kind of like the break point. Trainer Todd Pletcher, following off the maiden win, hits at 24%, hits at 18% with Luis Saez. 3rd off a layoff. I do like the fact that you're seeing improvement. I expect some further improvement out of the 6 horse today. Number 7 is the 7-5 favorite, making the first start after a very short rest. Training sessions at Saratoga are pretty hot last time out, so beaten favorite. 23% rebound for George Weaver. Eric Hansel, I said again, jumped off another horse to stay on this one. On the turf, 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd, 1 win at the distance. I expect the horse to compete, be up front early on, but that's not really been the way to win at this particular distance, though it's not a deal breaker either. Number 8, Choose Happiness, something probably we should all do. Horse that should be one of the strongest closers at the end of the race, has a run over Saratoga at 1 mile and a 16th on the regular track last time out. Did show some nice closing ability, and I think when you look at the 7 horse, it does have one of the top last race speed figures in the field. The Irad Ortiz Orlando Noda combination hasn't raced much together, but when they have raced, they've won 2 out of 5 and put together an outstanding $6 ROI. So I mean, you don't see much better than that, folks. Let me tell you. Number 9, Unicorn Sally, hasn't shown much of the first 2 races off the bench following a layoff. Hasn't put a quality race together. Only 1 in the last 5. Very few quality races in 15 starts. If the 9 beats us, the 9 beats us. Oh, well. Number 10, Mike's Girl. This is that angle from Delaware. Not a big fan of that, but if you rewind a little bit deeper in the past performances, you do find that it has run at Saratoga 4 times with a win, 2 seconds. So perhaps a horse for the course. Does like the distance, too. Has never finished out of the money 4 times, 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd. So maybe a little bit of a price here with Jose Ortiz that can get us home in the nightcap. Does also own the highest last race speed figure at the distance, which tells me the horse has the most potential. Did win the last race by more than 1 length, which is only one of 2 horses that can make that claim. So seems like in good form. Number 11, Freedom Magic. won last time out, maiden claiming, took 12 races to get that win. Not a big believer that the horse can repeat. If it took 12 to get one, odds are it won't take 13 to get two. Third start off a layoff, only a 1 out of 10 for Richard Schosberg and Jose Lescano. The two have teamed up twice this year, managed to win one. That was last time out with Freedom Machine. So maybe Jose can get something out of the horse 2 times in a row. I'm going to look elsewhere. I think the 12 horse is a better value. Didn't have a very good run last time out. It's been decently bet in every race. Should be a horse that, if you look back to the second one here on Belmont, stretching out for the first time, got its best race on the mud. Many jockeys have told us that mud to grass transition is a good forecaster, not perfect, but a solid indicator of what a horse might be able to do on the grass. Do like that race there. And I expect in the third time off a layoff, the horse be at its best. Michael Maker has his horses winning at 18%, and he's won 6 out of 8 with Tyler Gaffalione, again, with a positive ROI. My only question is the outside post. Can it clear and find its way close to the front and then close? Looking at how I'm going to lay them out, it's a lot of opportunity here. 7 horse does look like the best horse. I'm going to go 7, 12, 8, and 10 and hope that the 8, 10, or 12 does beat the 7 and make for a nice exacta, superfecta, perhaps trifecta to bring us home. That's how I'm lining them up, and let's see how they finish the race because they're already running. That ends a pretty wild day at Saratoga. It looks to me like right now, Sean DeLevy is hung on to the lead, but of course we got to finalize everything to make 100% sure. Of course, Sean, if you won, the money will be in your account shortly, so make sure your PayPal information is up to date, or however it is that the money gets sent out to you. I expect we'll probably be back here next week for the Jim Dandy as well, because that's the going to be a big focus for us, and you'll have the wagering guide, it looks like, for the Jim Dandy next week. So my guess is we'll be back to Saratoga next week. I'll work harder during the week to see if I can find some more of these long shots to bring to you, and maybe we can cash some big tickets next week. Good to see that the 10 horse made it home there first. I like the I took a quick screenshot of the photo finish there. I think it's kind of interesting to look at here. You see, you can see. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit here. You can see. Whoa. You can see Jose looking to see, do I got him? Do I not got him? Yeah, got him, Jose. So we have the 10 horse in our top 4. Glad that we can at least find a winner. And I had a feeling that race was going to be kind of crazy for sure. It was. The 10 horse made it home, brings the contest to a close. Another live Saturday. Like I said, we'll be back next week, probably again at Saratoga because of the Jim Dandy. I'll again work a lot harder to make sure that we have some more information in terms of how the pace, how the track should set up, and look for more insights as well on that. During the week, make sure you catch us on our Horse Racing Today show. Comes on at 1 o'clock Eastern time every day. So as the thing on the scroller says on the bottom, hit the subscribe, follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitter. Terry and I hit some nice pick 4s during the week. Terry will be out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll have a special guest joining us in his place. Tom will also be joining us because there are some big international races on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we'll be talking about the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It'll be a big week. Unsure who our guest is going to be next week for the Jim Dandy, but we're working on making sure we can get another person who can add value, bring us some more insights, and just yet another kernel or 2 or 3 of information to make us better handicappers. Until we meet again, folks, as always, thanks for joining us. Make sure you tell your friends about us. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and we don't do Instagram yet. Follow us on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Until we meet again, good luck at the races.